Well, well, well. Look who the cat dragged in. Y'all have been behaving yourselves while I was away? I sure hope so. There doesn't seem to have been any incidents while I was gone, so things are looking pretty bright. One thing I have spotted, though, is Twitch made this very strange decision on the blue to put the progress bar at the top of the page, moving it from the bottom, which, I mean, in the long run, it doesn't change anything, but then you gotta question, why did you do this in the first place? Like, I was perfectly fine with it being where it is. I see no strategic advantage to just moving it to the top, but it's not like I run this platform, so it's their call. Anyway, now that I have sufficient energy from enjoying my vacation, I think we can tackle Hexen again for at least one more stream, see how far we reach, and determine whether this is worth pursuing or not, and whether I want to suffer for your enjoyment. But funnily enough, not long after I hit the stop streaming button on that fateful day when we debuted the playthrough, I actually booted up the game again and did a little scouring of my own. And it turns out I missed a crucial detail allowing us to progress. However, it's not as obvious as you expect it to be. Like, if you weren't quite paying attention to the finer details, this is not that obvious to start off. And I shall explain in due time as we boot up the video game and head back to where we need to be technically. I was actually considering doing one extra stream before leaving you guys. Even have to have been on Monday, like day before my departure, but things didn't quite turn out as I would have wanted. But that's fine, because now on the flip side, we actually have more things to talk about, and Lord knows we are gonna need some points of discussion as I inevitably get stuck in another part of Hexen. You know, I did look at the Steam reviews for the second installment in the series, and even the most zealous of Hexen Beyond Heretic fanatics admit that this here video game, it does have some problems. It may in fact have several glaring problems that they're trying to desperately brush off as, oh, you know, it's more of a matter of taste and it might not be up your alley. But to me, that just kind of seems like you old nostalgia kind of shrouding your judgment, which, you know, fair. You had that one video game that you grew up with back in the day, where you couldn't really afford to splurge on entertainment all that much, and I mean, you were forced to enjoy it for several months at least before you could afford another one. And if it happened to be Hexen, well, that's what you got. Anyway, so I've been running past these two switches, which I've been troubled by because I didn't quite know what they triggered. And we actually do know now. So you might see that little line further away from us, splitting the rectangular looking room. Pay attention to it as I try to make my way down here on the auto map, which is a little cumbersome. So we move on to this switch. It triggers a gate that moves either up or down, depending which switch you flip. And that way, we now have access to an area I wasn't in previously. That Shrimple, however, if you didn't know, yeah, you'd be stuck here for Lord knows how long. The one good thing is, unlike the hub area where enemies seem to just like spawning out of the blue, it doesn't seem to be the case for the regions where you have to actually make progress in order to advance. And finally, after all this time, we get the Serpent Staff. Oh wow, a new weapon. One third of the puzzle has been solved. On the 7 portals. Thing is, we don't even know if it's an actual 1/3, or did I do enough to make a significant change in the overworld. I guess we're gonna find out. Pretty sure the Serpent Staff was in a heretic, from what I remember. Maybe it had a different function. It seems familiar. I stand corrected. Maybe they do in fact spawn in. Which, to be fair, not a big fan if that's the case. Because if you're running low on health, the last thing you need is just an annoying monster. Pop out on top of you, possibly putting an end to your adventure. Still can't quite get over there, but we try to figure out how we get back to the hub area. Yeah, what's up, Grandpa? How you doing, bud? You don't usually send out many messages. However, they do make a statement. What that statement is remains to be pondered upon and analyzed by experts, but I appreciate your input nonetheless. Now, you would assume that maybe the other staircase here was formed so we can get to another part of this tower that wasn't previously accessible. Doesn't seem like it. Let's say 7 portals. So we'd guess that refers to here. Though it is so cryptic and vague in meaning that for all you know we might have to go into a different zone and determine what has changed exactly. Because, I mean, as it stands, there's still the staircase here that needs to be raised. Not sure how we go about that. I do feel a little more comfortable having a weapon that can actually shoot projectiles for a change. Etin, more like cretin, because you have made a grave error in approaching me so frivolously, so carelessly. Not sure if I want to be here. Could kill those other two lads that were stuck on the bridge area. As far as I'm concerned, we actually did a pretty good job at cleaning this place up. I'm really only doing it just because. Don't wanna waste these mana crystals necessarily, in case I do need the extra ammo. But yeah, at this point, let's try and minimize the unnecessary journeys. Okay, back here, but I think I want to be here. Oh, right, there is a similar situation here. So chances are, you need to perform the exact same interaction. And check out a spot I forgot to clean up. And I do hear enemies. Oh yeah. There you go. So when I actually have a serpent staff equipped, so that's the represent the 7 portals. There we go. Now we're actually cooking. Yeah, when you have a weapon that actually fling shit at the enemies, the center's shield becomes a little more of an issue, because he can just casually deflect them back at you, which is inconsequential when you just mace him to death, but then you have to take into consideration possibly swapping weapons around when needed. Anyways, terrorists have indeed risen. I don't think I can carry more than 10 of these potions, so I say we pop 2, get more health. A door opened on the Guardian of Ice. I do remember that being a problem, but also This is now accessible. That's right. Finally have the means to fight back at you and your annoying fireballs. Oh, it's gonna be even more satisfying to actually dunk on the Yetis. Oh, geez. Had a little more health than I anticipated. Let's take care of these nuisances. Okay, gonna switch. Ooh. Alright. See a portal over yonder. That might be our ticket out. See, how about we take a all reliable here. Oh, that is beautiful. And they got the Eden stuck too. Oh. Who's flinging shit at me? It's gotta be those guys. Wait, can that also work while they're, Absolutely. You just bait them into, trying to assault me. Oh. AI. What a fickle mistress you are. Is this the coward's way out? Sure. But is it amusing? Yes. Come here. Inhale the noxious fumes and perish. Come on. Fine. Finish you off the conventional way. Does this have an alt fire? No, right click doesn't seem to do anything. A darn shame. We need to activate the power-up, like in the Heretic, for that to take effect. Ooh, flight. That would be handy if I knew how to acquire it. It's just sitting there taunting me. So yeah, we could just mosey out of here. What do we got here? Segment of Wave Verge. Now I wouldn't know what that is, but combined mana. Oh, okay. So a little bit of juice for both weapon types. I'll use blue and green. Sure, remember for the future. It says we don't waste them. 40 a pop, so worth even more. Okay, Ice Kingdom. Fortunately, this one has its own very distinct portals. So getting lost trying to find them isn't as difficult. Right. And conveniently, we happen to be by the door that has been opened up for us. Certainly wish I had more armor. Can be a little stingy in that aspect. Okay. Oh. Picked a bad place to seek refuge. Again, I'm taking nearly as much damage as I might have. Well, now what? I guess I follow the portal. Oh, shit. If I didn't have the Serpent Staff, this would have been... I mean, it still is. Could we have possibly put more Wendigos? Ugh. Can really tell this is not gonna be easy for us. Oh. Right, that's fine. We can live with that much damage now. Let's make sure we get the healing item out. And prepare ourselves for pain. Thankfully, they don't require much punishment from the Serpent Staff. Oof. Alright guys, even guarding that required so much resistance. Oh, this is the Guardian of Steel. Alright. It does make sense, because that's like the only area left where we had undiscovered locations. There's this whole place over there. It still eludes me. I'm beginning to wonder if this was even necessary for me to access. Well, I mean, yeah, there's that mill area too, where the gargoyles are. Okay, can I open this up in any way? I guess not. I wonder about this. There's no distinct landmarks there in the Wendigo area. We teleported in, cleared a whole bunch of monsters, and it's all she wrote. Weird. Get the whole northern area still. Oh wait, we got lifts operating here as well. Oh. Oh boy. I do want the full heal. Oh boy. Someone's a little too fond of the Doom Crushers. Put that skull squitch for prosperity's sake, but you have to determine what kind of chain reaction it causes. Hey, we're getting some good industrial ambience now here. But I mean, good lord, is this deafening. Look at all the chaos going on the auto map. Probably that switch opened up the middle part. Oh yeah, seems promising. Gargoyles are out. Ooh. Well, you suckers can't reach me. But I don't necessarily drop down there with you. So instead we're gonna do a little bit of this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who flung the fireballs at me? Oh, you. Daring sniper that you are. Appreciate the plethora of healing. Stone's great on 7 portals. Not the kind of interaction I normally expect from picking up a torch. But I mean, now it would seem that we are done with these mini areas. Ah, can finally get in here. Oh. Oh shit. I think I went into a secret map. Okay. I'm up for a challenge. We got different serpent types. Because these ones are brown. As long as this plays out more like a traditional heretic level, I'm perfectly content with the notion. Got plenty of serpent staff juice. So we'd rather take care of the snipers first. Granted, they are rather far away. So much so that I'm shooting the ones below instead. Oh, these ones fire wing projectiles. Chances are it's poison. Don't want to get afflicted with poison. That seems like a bad time. Wonder if that works on you guys. Probably. I did hear pain damage. If I didn't have the serpent staff, this would have been tough. Even if I did abuse the flechette. If anything, seems like a good place to stock up on various items. It's giving me plenty of toxic potions and healing flasks.
No!
I wanna touch your froggy ass.
I am going to commit suicide!
Hey, what's up, Golden? It has been a minute since I last uttered those words. How you been doing, buddy? How's life been treating you while I was away on the holidays? My holidays away from the holidays, which are a little over a week from now. Strategically planned. Not quite. We actually found a secret level, it would seem. So we're just kind of casually exploring the environment. For the most part, just stocking up on goods, as there is a lot of useful items here. Always fell for the same trick. All this stunk in the boot. But for how long? Well, we'll see. We shall indeed see just how generous the game is. So, my third at this point voyage to Portugal was pretty sweet. We actually had a new guy on board. A fellow that you might recognize because it was, in fact, Shishi, who I have done a co-op run of Orcs Must Die 3 previously. And he is a good friend and a supporter of my cause for a few years now. So I'm glad to have met him in person, hang around together, introduce him to a couple of aspects of Portugal that I am now all too familiar with. And yeah, it seems like what was initially just my casual time away from my typical life and getting a break in a unassuming country at first, because not a whole lot of people, you would think, choose Portugal as their holiday destination. But actually, it seems to have picked up in popularity over the years, because there's plenty of folks from across Europe and even the States, just in Lisbon alone. Which is cool because it's a historical city with a lot of well-preserved monuments, good food, lovely weather even at this time of the year, where it's pretty much early spring. While I was there, we had a perfectly blue sky, warm temperatures, so it was pleasant to get out. And one of the new things that we did is we actually went to a local town called Sintra, where one of Portugal's historical paths is located. I did post some pictures on B-Ball of the interior. Let me tell you, those Portuguese, they sure love their mosaics. Like, they are undisputed masters when it comes to taking porcelain and using them to decorate homes, interiors, and putting very intricate designs on terracotta. it really adds like a whole different layer to classical architecture. Did also pick up a couple of souvenirs along the way. Well, only one of them, funnily enough, was specifically Portugal themed. Because I did get a fridge magnet to remind myself, hey, I've actually been to Sintra. But curiously enough, there is a rather distinct point of interest in Lisbon alone, which we did know about since last year, but only now had the time to check it out. It is called the Lisbon Duck Store. And, I mean, it's exactly what you expect. And by that I mean, they sell specialized rubber duck designs. Let me just throw a link in the chat. Unfortunately, they didn't sell like those specifically video game themed types that you'd sometimes see across the internet, like say Doom Guy or Kiryu. But I did scoop Grim Reaper themed duck, so now he has a glorious spot on the edge of my bathtub. Yeah, sometimes you can wander into curious spots while just casually roaming the city. And that was certainly one of them. I mean, how often do you find a rubber ducky shop? The other trophy I picked up, which I'm very proud of, is an Iron Maiden themed Killers mug. It's from Nemesis Now, a company which apparently specializes in these kind of products, whether it's music or just generally pop culture themed. They have some pretty sick ass designs. So if you're interested in getting some very distinct looking merch, just look up Nemesis Now. I was originally planning to get the Iron Maiden Trooper tankard, which also has a very rad, distinct appearance. But then, when I was on my own, about to make the selection, I did spot in the corner of my eye the Killers one. I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be my way of remembering Paul Di'Anno. Ah, rest in peace, Paul. I hope he's rocking out on the other side. Are we gonna make this a yearly event? You might be wondering. I mean, there's a good chance. If this just straight up turns into a server meetup, essentially, amongst ourselves, or at least the European side of the Discord server. I mean, there's still local towns that you could go on like a half-day or full-day trip and check out, so we're not running out of attractions anytime soon. I already pretty much settled on a hotel where they've treated me well for these 2 instances where I stopped by for my holidays. It's clean, good customer service. Their breakfasts are amazing. They have a great selection of foods that you can pick according to your liking. And, of course, I cannot understate just how good the pastries are. There is plenty of bakeries in Portugal. Some run for generations by families, and they all have like their own distinct touch when it comes to pastries. So rest assured, the tarts that I had in Lisbon were not the same as the ones I tried out in Sintra. Well, I'm gonna have to make a dash for it. Oh, jeez. Can't smash this one for some reason. Am I, like, missing something here? Am I supposed to put an object on the pedestal, or... Weird. Let's give that another try. Because I picked up a heart in another area of this map, which happens to be the beating organ of Heretic's final boss. Interestingly enough. Okay, weirdly enough. Oh. Pretty sure I was pressing E previously. A little more armor, not too much, but it will have to do. Man, this is so much more straightforward compared to what we've been going in the hub area. You kind of wish the whole game was like this. Am I trying to say that the game design peaked with the secret level? I don't know. We'll have to go on and assess this further. Ooh. That's a new enemy type. Probably don't wanna muck around here much longer. It would appear, though, that we came back to once we started this fun ordeal. Now, what do we gain out of it? Out of green and purple flasks. Let's see. Yeah, this is definitely the shrine location. It's just that Morph is open up behind us. I was thinking maybe the design got mirrored across the map, but nope. Hang on, let's take advantage of this narrow hallway. After all, I have all the noxious fumes that a man could ask for. Oh, he didn't take kindly to that treatment. Well, too bad. You're dead anyway. Well, despite one holiday reaching a conclusion, I still have my trip to the US to look for Frosty Faustings. Just need to get a couple of things wrapped up around it. Today I ordered in a Fightboard MX version 3 controller, which is like a very compact shaped keyboard type controller for fighting games. Because with me going all the way across the ocean, I probably want something compact to take with me instead of lugging around an arcade stick sized medium to enjoy my fighting games on. As far as the main stage goes, I've signed up for Grand Blue and Super Turbo. The side gigs on Vortex Galleries, and those I actually have to think about because truthfully there's a lot of events down there that I would love to partake in. But it's just a question of how much the schedules might potentially clash with all of these fighting game tourneys in mind. At the very least, I would definitely love to partake in Soul Calibur 2 and 6, Semsho 5 and 7. A little bit of Chaos Code for all time's sake, which, by the way, out of all the side tournaments, has the lowest nominal entry price of $1. Why? I don't know, but I just found that to be amusing in its own way. Right, is there anything else we're missing here? Seems like a drop down here is present, and I see a portal. Shall we take the plunge? Yo, you get out of here. Frickin' merman, I swear. Hey, all this talk about fighting games summoned running. I was just discussing my trip to Frosty Faustings in January and all the fighting game events that I would like to sign up for. Well, that was an interesting diversion. For sure. What is it going to amount to? We shall see. Oh, you sure have been hoarding all those coin mitts. It is a due reminder that at one point or another, I am gonna have to play Detroit Become Human. It's gotta be done. If only because Heavy Rain was such a fever dream of a video game experience that I just need more of David Cage's infallible writing. Jason! Jason! Can't get over the fact that you have your very own dedicated Call for Child button. Peak gameplay. I mean, we already knew we were off to a great start with the opening sequence alone and how you could just put our favorite video game protagonist through so much abuse. Having passed the 7 portals which seal this realm, a vast domain of harsh wilderness stretches before you. Fire, ice, and steel have tested you, but greater challenges remain ahead. Oh boy. The dense tangle of forest surely hides hostile eyes, but what lies beyond will be worse. Barren desert, dank swamps, and musty caverns bar your way, but you cannot let anything keep you from your fate, even if you might come to wish that it would. And beyond, flickering in the distance, the ever-shifting walls of the Hypostyle seem to mock your every effort. What the heck is a Hypostyle? That's a word I'm seeing for the first time. Oh, it's like a open hall with a lot of pillars supporting it. Kind of like what the Greeks and Egyptians used to raise back in the day. Gotcha. In that case, I probably did hear of it.
My servants can smell your blood, human.
Well, a lovely guy. I'm sure he's the life of the party. I didn't even know his name. I'm doing a better job at getting these guys to infight than having them walk into my own traps. Oh dear. Way too many of you. I have erected an impenetrable wall between myself and these poor sods. It still feels so strange to just have 2 weapons at your disposal. Like, I get this is going for a different kind of vibe, but just walking into this from Heretic, that's such a weird departure from a traditional Doom formula into what I would essentially just call Myst, but with first-person shooter elements. Don't like how slippery this feels. Ooh. Yikes. Oh, probably want to load up to the quick save. That's gonna be easier.
My servants can smell your blood, human.
primo voice acting. Alright, let's try this again, but maybe a little more efficiently. I mean, if they just want to walk into their death, fine by me. It's almost criminal just how long this cloud lingers on for. Oh, hey. It is a very efficient strategy. Ah. We're actually starting to get green mana pickups, which is reassuring, because that means there's bound to be a new cleric weapon stashed away somewhere. Where exactly? Where? That is for us to find. Definitely saving before we try the ledge this time around. Too great of a risk of a casual slip. Doom slash build engine default running does not take kindly to very precise platforming. There's actually more we can do here before I move off. I don't think so. Possibly determining if this temple has anything to offer. Unless I really need to. We're gonna take it a little slow with encounters that are more lenient in terms of pacing and preserve the mana, because you never know, Emma might get scarce for it as we venture on. There is indeed an interior here that we can explore. I think I'm gonna put it off for a while so we can go on our merry side adventure. This way. Plenty of gargoyles making a huge ruckus. Where's that side path here? Make sure we don't lose valuable progress. And off we go. This is actually where I'm not gonna take any chances. that raised something. Oh boy. Not the ideal spot to fight a centaur. Oh shoot. As long as you stay there, it's all good. I think there's more to the middle, where the switch possibly open up. Oh yeah, got a portal, and can walk outside. Interesting. Ooh, very nice. Ooh, that is a fine reward. Where would this take us? Wastelands. Is this a secret area? I have to wonder. We got those brown serpents. It would be cool if we get a weapon out of this. Come on, Seren. Follow your friend here. You guys appear to be guarding something valuable. Ooh, spooky. You know, more on the horror side with the warbling sound effect in the music track. Could be going fire that you're shooting for all we know, so... Maybe they're just simple reskins with different health and damage properties. A game reusing enemy types? Unthinkable. Sure goes on for a while, doesn't it? Oh yeah, this is a rather complex tunnel system. We are far from done. In that case, I'm gonna run here. See what we got. Need the cave key. Well, that's for later then. Definitely gonna have to swing by. I'm falling for that, Buster. Shit, I was hoping he would walk into that instead of me. It's not gonna be easy to exploit. I'll check a potion and break through it. I do indeed love this anti-centaur extract, because it does allow me to take a little sippy break. Plus the amusement aspect never wears off. And just as I was saying that, this gentleman just had to walk right up to me and try and teach me a lesson in humility. Come along now. Any minute. This is gonna disperse. Okay. What am I getting out of this? Long term. Oh! It might be the key I'm looking for. Or a different one. Oh shit. Not fast enough. Getting that aquatic bastion with the maze is a little tricky, but it can be done. This is more about taking slow. Destroy the gargoyles so they don't pose a threat, and just gradually make your way to the key. There we go. Oh, this is in fact the horn key in my possession. Knowing life, it opens up something on the other end of the map. Which wouldn't shock me in the slightest. We shall let nature sort this out. By nature, I mean man-made obstacles. Okay, we end up in familiar territory. It's just a question of determining where this key we acquired goes in, and where does one find the cave one? You would think in the caves, but that may not necessarily be the case. Oh. Another interesting object up there. Nope, screw it. We're just gonna explore the map for what it's worth and slowly try to make a dent. Yo, these covers are gray instead of yellow. It is gonna help us get around a little bit, though. Imagine if this all looked the same. Is it worth jumping over where this fella is? I cannot. We'll come back there. Any more favorable conditions. Oh, shit. That's the last thing I want to look into. In a dark hallway. Percolator. Is this one of those joke items that turns enemies into animals? It may be. Also, don't go down the pit. Bad idea all around. Really need that blue mana. Also, boost of speed. Excellent. Which is another activated item, of which I have a lot now. Hey, the more the merrier. Come along, fellas. This one is a little smarter than his companions, but just clubbery to death. Oh. Okay, that's rather unexpected. Oof. Nasty hit. Also, they do fire projectiles, so I need to be on my guard. Thankfully, they don't get too much health. Still. You need the swamp key. Well, that's another one that's on our agenda then. At least 2 more keys. Eventually, it just gets bored of raising its shield and tries to go after you. But then it only puts them in a disadvantage. I will say though, the pacing of this one is naturally a little slower due to the fact that, well, you have to go through rather narrow corridors. The spawn rates here are far more generous than in the starting hub zone. Because for all that time exploring, 3 Ettins managed to show up. Crater of Might. I shall assume that's a very useful power-up. So I'm not gonna easily rid myself of it. Regardless, we need more keys. Got one where I'm not sure where you're meant to apply it. Let's head through here. Ah. That's immediately accessible. Oh, I'm back to Shadowwood. Huh. That's curious. So does that mean I have to keep going back here? It's just a matter of getting the other keys? From different zones? Maybe, after all that racing in the first big part of the game. It'd be weird for them to suddenly flip the whole game plan around. Would it though? Yeah, that's inaccessible. What's that green door that I see above us? I mean, as far as immediate access go, I feel like we've been everywhere that I could look into. Okay, so this is the switch. He's the swamp key. Switch / door, depending what it functions as. I have been here. Yeah, it seems like I'm done with the wastelands for now. Which is interesting because in that case, we already explored a huge chunk of the setting. Still, I'm gonna double check before we head off back to the woods. He's definitely vile for something. So us coming here wasn't a waste of time necessarily. I don't see any unmarked bits. I guess Shadow Woods it is then. Then we'll walk into the temple. Here, compared to the predecessor, the other map, oh yeah, that's a necessity. Wonder they gave me all these spoils. I almost certainly need them. Thing up here. There's this pickup. Kind of a waste to get it. I need blue mana around that I could use to fill myself up with. Oh yeah. That's fine. Because I think there's another portal here. Possibly. Well, full damage. There's something back here. That was definitely a portal. But we can't get to it just yet. We shall mark that for the future. Is a point of interest. For now, we're going here. Of course, one of them somehow managed to sneak behind me. It's a little awkward using the serpent staff up close, where it seems like projectiles get stubbed by the enemy. You're still shooting them, but the animation refuses to come out. Very bizarre exchange. Oh, it's even going outside. Hear a lot of shooting. Oh boy. Here come the fireballs. Okay, what's down here? Oh! Oh, hell yeah. We got a new trick up our sleeves. Does it use blue or green mana? We're about to find out. Green. You at least summon the Pillar of Flames. Well, that is rad. Sure, burns through your mana like it's nothing, but look at this. So happy we got this. Oh, come on. Come on. The cheap shots. I gotta try and determine where that portal was. Oh boy. It's gonna be a hell of an adventure. To be fair, the one worthwhile object is this thing. Yeah, let's just go. I need to hang around here much longer. Onto the caves of Syracuse. Mythological character, a witch, Odysseus, and his crew would encounter on their voyage home, who would turn them into hogs after they ate the dinner she prepared for the crew. Oh, this is what the Porkinator alludes to. Now these man robes are gonna be super handy. They also pierce through enemies as they travel onwards, which makes Firestorm easily my favorite attack type so far. Makes you wonder what else can we possibly acquire. From this point onwards, we're just gonna alter between two mana types with any new weapons that we acquire. Oh, the days when we just had to rely on our trusty mace to get us through, and the green potions. I'm glad we left those behind us. This is a weird cavern system from a structural standpoint. What if that's a door that uses the horn key? Because if so, a lucky find indeed. One-sixth of the puzzle has been solved. On the Shadow Wood. Oh boy, you know what that means. That's right. 5 more await. I feel like those digits are gonna progressively go up as we journey onwards. Have we already hit a dead end in the caverns? No. Is this one of those horrible drops I don't want to make? Probably. So I'm not even gonna try. Someone left a nice flashlight stack up there for me to nab. Don't mind if I do. Skull status crushed. Okay, so far from the inner workings of this game that I do seem to understand, this is the kind of teleport that takes you to a different part of the same area. Okay. The starting zone in this instance. So I guess we're done for the time being, and that teleporter is our way to go. Just double check if... Nope. Dead end. Dead end. Yeah. Probably gotta flip more switches for stuff to happen. That's how it usually goes in these here video games. Activate trigger. Acquire reaction. Well, that usually involves pain on the end user. We just quickly see who's pinging me here. Anyway, back to the game. Ah. The wastelands call upon us again, don't they? But this in turn takes us to the woods. Something has to have changed here. East. That's what I'm gonna assume. Maybe the temple area. Oh, okay. This can be raised. Well. There is more. Including a new portal. Not gonna put up with these guys just harassing me. Okay. May as well clean the waters. It gets too dangerous. We're on good. I see, I made a dangerous path for myself. Of course it's dangerous, because why wouldn't it be? Shoot. What the hell is this? Dark Servant. Oh, is that some Molotov for me? That's pretty sick. Well, I'm glad we dealt with the traps. So far in regards to the pacing, I prefer this much to where we started off. With the fire, ice, and steel domains. The pacing in the second stretch feels way better, smoother. Dark Mirror. I do like the Rudy ambience of this new location. Good use of fog. It feels like some older Doom 1 maps. With these very small rooms spread across water formations. Or the fun liquids like radiation. Now, granted, I don't have to deal with hazardous surfaces. I do have to clean up this water anyway. Trust me, he's gonna make backtracking a lot easier. Yeah, you guys get into infighting over there. Ah. Wouldn't think of interacting with the statue, but good thing I did. Ah, alright. You could get the Serpent Staff alternatively here, if you missed it. Smack the center repeatedly in its kind until it gives up his life. Where to now? Pull switch to reveal more switches. The classic. And yet another portal. Entirely different zone or one of points to an area we already been in. Oh dear. So many of these guys here. Gonna murder them all. What's inside this house? A key that I definitely need. The door is barred from the inside. Oh, great. So I'm gonna have to teleport in somehow. Another way to enter, as far as the eye can tell. Yo, what's up, Rasad? Nice to see you again. You're right. If even the main antagonist was voiced by David Bowie, this game would have already gained so much more in value. You ever think about how that movie had so much talent behind it? David Bowie aside, it was a joint project between Jim Davis and George Lucas. So already have some big boys from the industry deciding to collab on a project together. Also, it certainly fits in line with famous Hollywood celebrities getting featured with Muppets or Muppet adjacent creatures. You sometimes forget, but we had guys like Alice Cooper and Vincent Price appearing on the Muppet show. It's basically a show just joining generations, transcending space and time. Man, you're right. Like, nowadays it mostly just boils down to big names appearing in the Marvel/DC universe, which we've learned to take for granted, because, I mean, Hollywood already operates on such an inflated budget that they can pretty much afford whoever they want at this point. I mean, shit, somehow they got Keanu Reeves to voice Shadow the Hedgehog in the first Sonic movie. So it's gotta stem from something besides Keanu having nothing better else to do. I'm gonna assume that's a... It is a dreadful fall to my doom. There's a crazy promo going around right now in Discord where you get a shadow-themed avatar decoration when you watch the new trailer. And it's just basically a circle jerk between all the voice talent they had in the latest Sonic movie. Well, voice and acting, because there's Jim Carrey, who is not an anthropomorphic creature, but himself. When I first heard of him being casted as Dr. Robotnik, I was like, that's pretty wild. But at the same time, when you think about his past roles, he's like one of the best picks you could have chosen. Because of like his raw, unpredictable energy. Yeah, I get what you mean. It's like when Jack Nicholson used to act, a lot of his roles boil down to, I'm crazy because me, myself, I'm a pretty eccentric guy, to put it lightly. Oh yeah, we like to forget what could have been instead of what we've gotten. Especially if those guys decided to go through with the original Sonic design. You know, just following the Western game dev attitude of you should be grateful we're making this in the first place. And then you have the Mario movie, which also had some bizarre picks, including Chris Pratt as the lead, who I guess he was fine, but I could have seen someone else pull off a much better job. Jack Black as Bowser, though, that turned out pretty swell. I am kind of on the fence about Jack Black getting pushed into everything these days. Like, him appearing in a Mandalorian episode. Yeah, it's not really his setting. Claptrap in Borderlands, sure, because wacky robot that shoots quips left and right. But Steve from Minecraft, hella bizarre. Okay, so as far as I can tell, we can get a key from here. It's just a matter of figuring out how we can acquire it. There is a whole extra part of the map that you have yet to gain access to. Which we can't really do from this side. Also feel like there's more I could do here. Despite hitting what appears to be dead end thus far. They flipped all switches for what it's worth, though. That is my exact same impression. I'm missing something, but not sure. Oh, hold up. Well, that's easy to miss. That's like very out of the way. It didn't give me a lecture on how something opened up in the woods. So let's see, oh. There we go. That is very helpful. Anyway, look what I got. That's right. Not just 2 new weapons. Well, I mean, not just 1 new weapon, but 2. I did find the little secret area that you bump into after going for the final door in the ice zone, and then entering that area with the water that's blocked up by a bunch of pillars. So yeah, compared to the struggles of the initial stream, it does feel like we're getting places at a more consistent rate now. The general flow of, shall we arbitrarily call it Zone 2, is much, much better, in my opinion, thus far. Need the castle key. Well, that's key number 3 to check on the bucket list. How well do you protect against Firestorm? Somewhat decently, but radiant damage. I assume you've played all of the games in the series, so which one would you say is your favorite? Need the cave key. Oh. We actually need that in the Wastelands, too. Multi-purpose key. Interesting. I guess down the wishing well it is for us. Yeah, when you think about it, Heretic is just the most straightforward, isn't it? Like, no strings attached, no nonsense, just the closest, purest to Doom, but still having like its own identity. You hear a door open in the distance. That might be the one with the key. I will definitely give Hexen 2 and Heretic 2 a try. Because I do find it intriguing how much the series changed with time as Raven utilized the newer engines to build their own infrastructure on. Did you try Heretic 2? Like the one that has apparently Corvus again as the lead? Castle key. Ah, gotcha. Castle key was here, wasn't it? Inconspicuous. Not. We're stacked, so deploy the green mist. Oh, you're bringing up Windows XP. Unlocked another travel memory that I have on my trip to Portugal. So when we went to my buddy, this, well, one of his favorite retro game stores. They do have a very interesting selection of old video games. Like a lot of Famicom stuff, all across different consoles. But what really caught my eye, in particular, was on one of the top shelves, there was a boxed copy of Phantasmagoria. In poor condition, but it was there, and was in French. How did it make its way all the way to Portugal? I have no clue, but that was certainly not something I would have expected to witness with my own eyes. Well, I would assume that Heretic 2 being the latest in the series, and dating back to what I assume will be early 2000s, will likely give you least of a headache trying to play it in the modern system just out of the box. But you probably will want to at least put it on Windows XP compatibility. Oh yeah, that's also what I alluded to, like, the installer just straight up going, hey, we do not recognize this operating system that you're trying to install the game on, but please acquire Windows XP. That's another use for the key I have. It would be cool if Hexen 2 and Heretic 2 got the same remastered treatment as the Quake games received. Get on a night dive. The thing just came out, so don't imagine you got much on your agenda. Oh yeah, I actually should look into the Thing remaster, which was a highly unexpected announcement. lo and behold, another portal. And that makes it 2 out of 6. Okay, before I use the portal, let's see what's down here. I potentially missed. In front of that fall damage. Highly unnecessary. Okay, we're at the castle. Is there any excuse to go wild with Thunderstorm? I do remember there being some squabbles over Heretic 2 situation. Who exactly owns the AP nowadays? Or rather, that particular game. What a great find. Which flavor of murder do I prefer? Fire or darts? That was not the right answer. We just gotta jump over there. Oh, it puts me all the way back here still. What the hell? Oh my god. The fact that it does it again as soon as you approach it is vile. It's randomized? Oh, why does that not surprise me? Yeah, I wouldn't imagine anyone wanted necessarily to pick the Walk of Fire instead. Especially since, I mean, it's distinctly different from the other two hallways that you can take. So you think to yourselves, oh, it's like, gotta be their way. Well, I'm glad it conveniently shut me here. Seems like all these teleporters just naturally connect to the wastelands. Yo, Frosty, my man. What's going on? How's your Sunday been, bud? You have surprisingly missed a good chunk of me just breaking through the impasse and making progress. I mean, we finally got weapons. Oh, believe me, Russet, when I say Frosty was on the forefront of doing his best to discourage me from playing Hexen. And I will give him credit where it's due. His warnings were not without what's the word I'm looking for? His warnings were misplaced. I'm happy I found Firestone in particular because it's just a treat. This game sucks. Proceeds to beat it again. Out of spite. No, it's like I said before, just upon reading the reviews on Steam, even the most hardcore Hexen enthusiasts will admit, you know, there are some problems plaguing this game design. I am enjoying Priest quite a lot. Seems like a fair balance between the other two classes. Oh yeah, when you're a child, you're just happy to be playing a video game, period. It doesn't really matter if you beat it or not. Like, so much as getting into a new level is all the excitement and then immersing yourselves in the gameplay, aesthetics. As kids, we are far more subjective in our initial impressions and feelings, which, I mean, it's where a lot of nostalgia comes from. So much so that we can even, you know, comprehend where the shortcomings come from, even if we know something is not exactly right with the game that we're playing. I did want to talk about a little bit about the Game Awards, since during my stay at the hotel, I did tune into most of it. About 2/3, I would say, before I tapped out. And all the remaining ones that I later found about the next day didn't leave much of an impression on me, so it doesn't really feel like I missed out on anything, because if I did, rest assured, I would get a billion pings by the morning upon waking up. But I do have a list here neatly organized. So let me just pull up the document real quick, and I'm gonna go for these entries that caught my eye, and we'll just go about them one by one. So I would say the beginning was pretty strong with Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. At least from the trailer, I'm gonna say it does give me hope that the Game Kitchen is gonna up their ante in terms of gameplay. Because already, comparing it to Blasphemous, their most well-known duology, it feels like this game has just much more going on in terms of movement, speed, probably combos as well, because you can't really play as Hayabusa without doing some crazy ass shit. All while retaining that particular pixel style that I absolutely love about Blasphemous. Now, I know for a fact that they're probably gonna hire a different composer, because the Blasphemous one, I don't know, maybe he's talented enough to go for something different, but his music fits a more broody, dark medieval atmosphere than Ninja Man goes on a wild adventure. But I don't know, we'll see. Anyways, good first impression, looking forward to it, we'll give it a try. Now, Celesta 2. I have yet to play for the first one, but from what I know about Celesta, it's a little more akin to Pathfinder than Divinity, with how it's a little closer to traditional D&D rule sets. So it might be more up my liking when I do decide to play through it. And the fact that apparently they were successful enough to warrant a sequel under development, just wishing those guys the best. And hopefully it springs into a modern flagship series. Yeah, but between like Divinity Original Sin 2, the two Pathfinder games, and what's now becoming another duology, I'm like, well, I'm glad that CRPGs are making a comeback. Oh yeah, and Baldur's Gate 3, obviously. Oh, we're back here. Well, I mean, we got 3 stages. Taking out the 6-part puzzle. So maybe I need to return to the main camp and see what's changed. Probably easiest to do through the castle. Just enter the wastelands and take the teleporter back. Oh, we'll get to it, Frosty. We'll get to it. Rest assured. That being said, the third tour game that got the Night Dive Remastered treatment, that is also going to come into fruition. It is very much something I'd like to get through. So anyway, what do we have up next? Witcher 4. Now, you might have seen a lot of debate going on social media along the is it woke or not debacle. Now, as someone who has actually read the novels, I'm just gonna say this. The games already diverge in a huge manner from the source material. Maybe the first two, not so much, but with 3, I already felt that even though this was with Sapkowski, having like the co-writing, he's just gone on like a what-if scenario rather than a direct continuation of the books. So you might as well just treat the video games as their own entity, not necessarily like a foundational part of the novels. I don't really mind Siri taking the helm this time and being the main protagonist, because she does become a huge character in the mainline saga. So it's not like, you know, she just suddenly was passed on the mantle and there was like no good reasonable explanation for it. No, that's fine. But what people have pointed out is there are some weird things going on with her being able to use Witcher potions where she shouldn't be because she didn't have like the proper training for it. And that's what I find a little icky. Like retroactively changing established things about what's canon or not. Not so much alluding to the story as lore. I don't think we can yet go to this portal still. There's something else open up that I'm not aware of. Because besides that, I think I'm pretty much done with this hub area. May as well like go to the caves of Circe and see if maybe something open up over there. Because for the wastelands I need key. Same with the swamp area. So I don't get much mileage here anymore. Unless this door is able to be opened now. Kind of forgot about it. To tell you the truth, Frosty, I didn't get far enough into The Witcher 3 to be able to properly explain like possible diversions from established canon. It was I think I picked the wrong time to play through it, because it was a point in my life where I was kind of burned out on open world games. So I fucked around a little bit after like chapter 1, and that's about it. I guess you gotta get the remaining 3 keys, or just light up these. Oh, that's the 6-part puzzle. Got it. Right. See where this is going. Just shows your progress. I do believe for 4, what Rosette is saying is true. They just change it around to have it make a little more sense. Although, I feel like they might have gone a different way about it, because Ciri is sort of a powerhouse. Even without all the Witcher training she went through as a kid. Canonically, by the end of the mainland book saga, she goes straight into the Arthurian Legends world and meets the Knights of the Round Table. You know what? If I manage to rekindle the urge to play Witcher 3, I'll go for it, and then at whatever point just play 4. Although I feel like if that's the case, I'm definitely gonna have to space them out. I could check here if that mill area has opened. Which we are quite close to, actually. Just gotta find a way of reaching it. It's like around here. Nope, still got a massive block of rock in my way. Which means I can't really do a whole lot here. And thus, the keys become my one alternative. I was gonna remember which teleporter took me to the caves. I think the one that's in the fortress of Shadowwoods. I have almost all of them, but then I forget the title of it, but there was a collection of short Witcher tales that Sapkowski wrote a couple years back, and that I borrowed from a fellow Witcher enthusiast, a Polish lad that I met through work. And he also had like a Witcher shrine, basically, at his home, together with like merch. Now, let's talk about Elden Ring Night Rain, which I don't think anyone could have predicted that this was coming. There were no signs. From Software just dropped a trailer out of the blue, and it's not even DLC per se, it's just straight up a new game mode, pretty much. Packaged as a standalone game. I don't know how to feel about it, honestly. You know what? It will make for great co-op material. Even though a lot of people, I'm sure, have Elden Ring fatigue at this point and would like prefer From Software to look into other forgotten IPs. Bloodborne. But look, I actually still have to play through the mainline game, plus the Shadow of the Erdtree expansion. That is gonna be a long series of streams, I can already tell. Alright, this is not gonna do me any favors, so let's just get out of this place. We have reached the part where I actually have to actively find my way around, instead of just mapping out unknown locations. Hey, no spawning on top of me. Oh yeah, Dungeon Chill uploaded a video about FromSoft horror game. I'm not sure if you peeped that already, Frosty, but that's definitely something I need to look into, because it's from that era of FromSoft where they were just experimenting a lot and doing particularly weird video games, so I'm sure it's gonna be a treat to even just watch as a viewer. What's it called again? Echo Knight? Something of the sort? Yeah, I feel like Nightrun is just one of those what-if scenarios. Its own thing, probably not directly tied into the ongoings of either Dark Souls or Elden Ring, despite there being, you know, familiar characters and scenes. For all you know, it's just from treading the ground and coming up with new innovations that they could add into the Souls formula. Well, I regret to report that nothing has become easily accessible yet. Unless there's a way here that I completely blinded through. Like this drop. I mean, it was a goodie station. Other than that, I can go down there. So that's a bust. Oh, hey. There is in fact a key down there. I'm so grateful for French translations, man. So many video games, especially from the Famicom era, would have never garnered a Western audience if not for the huge effort of a few pretty much selfless fanatics that put in the time and effort to bring more spotlight into those titles. Ah, finally. Important key. Now we could go to either the swamp area or retreat to the wastelands if we wanted to. Oh, we could explore the caves, if you don't mind. Don't like how that's overhanging over the helmet now. lulling you to a false sense of security before crushing you. Anyway, I'm sure we can at least start a little closer. What's the nearest save point? Oh, the caves, naturally. So we know where to go. Kinda, sorta. So let me make sure I get that armor again. No secrets per se, again, in Hexen, which is definitely tied into this unorthodox design. But also, enemy count doesn't really matter too, because they'll just continuously spawn in. Yeah, and that since the game is closer to Turok than Doom. Oh shit, didn't mean to fall down. Well, that's easy recovery still. So long as we have the key in our possession, all's fine. I want to check something real quick. Namely, am I still gonna get insta-gift by the ceiling lowering where the helmet is? Or is that actually on the timer? Instead of Yep, it lulls you into a false sense of security and then just murders you. In other words, we're leaving that shit alone. Anyway, what's next on the Game Awards announcements? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Cool. I guess I'll play that when I have nothing better else to do. Although, I would rather just play a mainline game that I haven't touched yet, like 10, 12, 15. So, not a high priority. It was bound to happen. Yeah, you'll probably need a godlike PC to run it at a consistent 60 FPS frame rate. But you know, we gotta render those TIFA assets somehow. They sure require a lot of processing power, haha. That just brings us back anyway, so up we go. Down the mossy staircase. Even with two heads, they aren't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. These critters. I like to think they have a more of a Warcraft two-headed ogre dynamic going on, where they just constantly bicker with each other. One of the most iconic units in media in my eyes. Not a novel concept because, you know, D&D has Athens, but the way two-headed ogres are handled in Warcraft, I love it. Even when you upgrade them to mages, though they sound more eloquent, they still can't get over the nature. Right, we had a cave door here, didn't we? You know what? I feel like, no, it's a little too late for it, but I'm just gonna have some fun with poison. Not quite as efficient as with centaurs. But entertaining. Okie dokie, next up on the list, The Outer Worlds 2. Can't say I didn't see that coming eventually. Here's the issue I have. Compared to the team that made Obsidian and Fallout New Vegas for that matter, which in a way Outer Worlds was meant to be a spiritual successor to, Obsidian is very, very different than during those development cycles. So I have no clue what the quality of the writing is gonna be. Like, I did... Yeah, moderately excited is a good way of putting it, because that's how I felt about Outer Worlds when I was playing through it. The setting didn't quite do it for me, but there were some memorable characters like Parvati and Vicar Max, my absolute favorite. They had some good quest lines going for. Also, I'm just gonna throw it out there. Probably touched upon it at some point, but it's worth bringing up again, just to make a point. The Outer Worlds had some of the best representation I've seen. With the way Parvati is handled and how seamlessly her questline devolves into, hey, I kind of have a crush for this girl pilot, and it's like, oh, it just felt like it naturally progressed into romantic interest. It didn't feel like forced or badly written. It really is a question of just you not making it a highlight, but rather a character trait. That's it. That's where Dragon Age Veilguard fails, because it tries to make this identity talk its focal point instead of like a complementary feature of the characters. Exactly, but with the current state of Bioware, I'm just expecting the doors to be shut eventually. And that's 5 out of 6. Gentlemen. We need one more switch. One final switch, which I think I know what we need to look for. I at least suspect. Whether I'm right or wrong remains to be determined. You know what? Even though I haven't played the Outer Worlds DLC, because to me it just felt like one of those games where you play it once and be like, that was a fine experience, but you don't really have an incentive to replay it again. Unless maybe in like a very long distant point in the future where you don't really remember much. So it feels like a somewhat fresh playthrough again. Well, we'll see. Right, so return to the caves. Can I do anything in the caves while I'm here? Is there anything I missed, just to make sure we limit on the running back and forth? Still hear monsters, but for all we know, that's just some evidence that will eventually spawn into this zone. I think I'm done here. Oh. Look, I slipped. This was not meant to happen. Also, I gotta look for the proper how to save. Now, let's move on to everyone's favorite subject, which is the Tekken 8 guest character. Need I say more? I'm just gonna throw it on the record. That slot could have been used way better. With the way Virtua Fighter is getting a comeback, you may as well have put someone from VF. Or if you really wanted a Final Fantasy character. No, but I actually would have been fine with Tifa. I wouldn't have minded it. She would have been far better than Clyde. The paycheck must have been noteworthy if they went through with it. I see no other logical explanation. Okay, perhaps now we can do something up here. Still nothing. There's a gateway up here. Here are the goggles, but nothing's open up. Well, no other entries I can think of. Guess I gotta put in from a different spot. It might be a little tricky to narrow down. Literally sitting on one panel. It needs to be lit up. It'd be awesome if you could make through the second part of the game and move on to the third. Oh, you know what? I think I know what I'm missing. I'm not sure if I open up a door here. The case one to be exact. It's to the south. It is astounding how dead or alive guest characters make much more sense than whatever stunts Tekken is pulling out these days. And you know that Bandai Namco is actually capable of pulling out good shit because, again, Soul Calibur 6 had a fine selection of guest characters that fit the theme. Geralt, Haomaru, 2B. Ouch. Send this to the gargoyle pits. Ah, here we go. That's the other, that's the other area I was missing. Okay then. Let us figure out how we're gonna climb up there. Oh, never mind, we just got a staircase conveniently raised for us. Thank you, game. It's not on the daily that you throw a ball my way, but I shall take it. And that appears to be it. Just have to see where that teleport in the south, the actual gate, takes us to. Wasn't expecting caves. That does make me wonder if that pillar in the middle, where I couldn't get into, is some sort of secret. Might be. Just a matter of establishing how we get there. before I go there, I'm gonna check the outdoor area again. Those screeching gargoyles have been freed, or whatever. Oh, looky here. Well, well, well. Sacred Grove. We made a gang. It appears all you gotta do is keep your eyes peeled. I was half expecting that pillar to lower, but well, close enough. You know something was bound to happen. What are we doing here? A door opened on the Forsaken Outpost. And where is the Forsaken Outpost? Maybe further into the game? Regardless. We have pushed the switch. Gained a lot of mana back, which I'm sure will help us in our future exploits. Hypostyle. We can go back there if we so much desire. There's a lot of evidence. Full outpost of Amashish. You probably could have dealt them with the maze, albeit very slowly, supporting yourself with some green potions, which, I mean, I could do. The game makes sure that they're at abundance. One more? No problem. Just gonna stick you into purgatory. Alright, not a big enemy count. Lots of doors though. while they're getting murdered, already touched upon Sega, so we can nicely transition into those guys who, I'm gonna say, they kind of stole the show. The Yakuza studio has do game development, which seems to be running the same engine, albeit different setting, different cast, which is what we've seen in Project Century, as its code name currently. Then there's Virtua Fighter 6, of course, because the memes can finally be put aside. Virtua Fighter is back. Not only did 5 get a re-release with rollback, but 6 is officially in the works. And even the Sonic fans are getting something. New racing game. So, yeah. Sega kinda knocked it out of the park with that one. You know what? Good on them. They, don't always shine that brightly. Unleash the mayhem. One of the most useful items in first-person shooter history. And I'm not saying that lightly, because mines aren't exactly like the go-to choice of weaponry for a lot of players, myself included. Oh boy, that's a lot of company down there. It is incredible just how much raw power the Firestorm holds. Just 2 shots practically any enemy. Insta-kills, add-ins. I feel like I'm building up to a boss fight, potentially. Like a big encounter before we're allowed to enter Hub 3. My fire is stronger than yours. It shines ever so brightly. Ooh, this is gonna be a exciting trip. Nothing like just size platforming. The limited view of what's going on below me. Oh, fuck it. I'll take the damage. That's still close, so... Oh, okay. There's more. Wrong pick. Maybe. I see, you gotta get the order right. Think? Just press the correct one? Strange, but I'll consider that a success. The less I say about Turok Origins, the better, because I'll be real with you. It is not how I anticipated the IP making a comeback, and I'm kind of worried it's just gonna boil down to generic co-op slop with barely anything to do with Turok at all. Oh shit. Dragon? If I can kill that thing. They do give you wings. A death wyvern. it's different on each run. There is a randomization aspect to this game. You can't quite memorize everything. How deceptive. That's just a sliver of, like, basic armor. I don't know if you can beat the wyvern necessarily. I'm just gonna clear a path for myself first and foremost. There may be a trigger attached to killing the damn thing, so let's grab more juice. Run back there. Again, I do have a couple items that I'm not sure what their purpose is. Could try them out. Oh, that makes you semi-transparent, so it's like the blur sphere. Huh. That was much help as I expected. Do I get anything out of actually killing it? That's the question. Don't think there was any switch. Well, now that's up and up. And into the next part of the story we go. Your mind's still reeling from your encounters within the hypostyle. You stagger toward what you hope is a way out. Things seem to move faster and faster. Your vision blurs and begins to fade. As the world collapses around you, the brightness of a teleportal engulfs you. A flash of light, and then you climb warily to your feet. You stand atop a high tower, and from below come the screams of the damned. You step forward, and instantly the sound of demonic chanting chills your blood. By all the gods of death, what place have you come to? By all the gods of pain, how will you even find your way out? Through pain. Perseverance.
Worship me, and I may yet be merciful. Then again, maybe not.
This is exactly what I would expect to hear in the 90s. A little sass of the main antagonist. Herzarch's Seminary. We could go on for a little bit further into Hexen. Is that a warlock I see down there? Yes, it is. Very, very fragile. Oh, the HP. Oh shit, the center's actually fire projectiles now. They have evolved. But still, they cannot escape the greatest weakness. All it took was a simple buff to an existing enemy type, and already things have gotten spicier. Now all the enemies need to start doing is just hurling boulders at me. Is the solution to defeating the player developing a projectile attack? Perhaps. See why these guys go down so fast when they just fire a barrage of projectiles. And they have the iconic teleport. That's the kind of immersion can't be kind of just light up the place gradually, set the tone. We're entering an evil place of worship. There's a cleric. I cannot let this go unpunished. Die, humans. Holy shit, there's so many of them. Still pouring in. See, now this I like. More intense combat than running around searching for switches and keys. That's only 1/3 of the monster count so far. You know, we're really taking out so many of them. I think I'm hitting it with the firestorm. Alright, let's see what's behind the stained glass. Monsters, but also switches. Now that I think about it, Capcom also marked its presence with some rather unexpected announcements, because I don't think other people would have called for Onimusha and Okami, of all franchises, to get new entries. Now with Okami, I find the whole situation around it to be particularly amusing, because Kamiya called in his new studio specifically Clovers. So, is he trying to go for that spark that pushed him out into the industry in the first place? Recapture some of that magic that really boosted his career into greater heights? Probably. Can he pull it off again? Doubt it, but maybe the Okami fans will get something good out of it. Unfortunately, Platinum has lost their way several years ago, and just consistently fell off grace with worse and worse games. Babylon's fall being, well, very much their own fall. So I get that he's trying to cut off from it by starting fresh, but on the flip side, he was also part of Platinum, where they started slipping off, so you can't really escape from it, Mr. Kamiya. And if you mess this one up, people are gonna rightfully point out that you've been gradually falling off your high horse. I'm actually cool with Onimusha. Only played one game. I did like it for what it is, which is basically Resident Evil about Edo era, heavily mythology inspired Japan. They really liked that Resident Evil formula back in the day, between the actual flagship series, Onimusha, and Dino Crisis, of course. Heck, maybe that one will return to good grace with the studio. See, if it weren't for that red dot over there, which is the crystal I put in the first secret level, I won't think much about this. That's more a sign that you can do something super cool if you play your cards right. And finally, out of all the announcements, Hexen is going into weird directions with their current games in development, because you have Kazan, which is clearly trying to capture that Souls audience with a more gritty aesthetic. But then Ara did just get the trailer. It's like the polar opposite, with clearly attempting to swoon the Genshin Impact player base with the sugary anime graphics. It's become a staple of Hoyoverse games. I don't know, it's single player, so at least they're not trying to put a gacha to compete with the progenitor in that regard, which, you know, would have likely been a flop. All that's missing is DNF Duel getting a second season. That is a true announcement that we've been robbed of. There you go. Right into the sweet embrace of death. Start dealing with those snipers. Real fast. Come on. a shield so I can murder you. Thank you. Oh, okay, this one is actually multiple interaction. What does it do? Oh. Wait. Ah. Okay. That's cool. So much meat to this map. Oh, you actually travel across the map if you take the staircase. Well, let's climb up and take care of these serpents. For all we know, they might be guarding something cool. So much so that I made my way back to the starting area. Probably do this from the ground level. Or not, because Firestone doesn't reach that far. A little inconvenient. Gonna do the other one? Heck yeah. Not sure if it's time base or to be a specific area for these side towers. Have accessible elevators, but doesn't really matter now. Because they're dead. That's what counts. It appears that this enclosure spawns ammo and goodies. Well, that's a place we're gonna have to check out. There's a teleporter. Looking for one particular area where I saw wall. We're down. Was yeah, where was it actually? Here, I believe. To another portal. Orchard of Lamentations. One interesting video that came across my suggestions whilst chilling at the hotel. An analysis of Gin Kid, a famous Skyrim creator from back a couple of years ago, where he rose in the trend of the NPCs acting out real-life scenarios, which I don't remember if I seen the exact same clips that came from his channel, but I definitely remember that trend just blowing out of proportion with other people trying to cash in on the success. And the guy legitimately had a pretty successful career as a content creator, because even predating the Skyrim clips, he was already establishing himself as a voice actor, putting out some really convincing material out there, especially on YouTube and TikTok. But as it turns out, which at least we didn't know as viewers, is that he was a freaking psycho. IRL. Especially abusive towards his wife that would sometimes appear in those clips and do a lot of the filmmaking and editing. So the guy was hyper obsessive about his relationship, and the idea that his wife might be cheating on him, and apparently doing one big fight when she just straight up called up a friend, male one, to help her move stuff out of the apartment because she was just done and wanted to get out. Jinkin, who was listening into her phone calls, just straight up stalking her at that point, got into blind rage, drove over there, and shot her and the dude several times. Straight up killing the spot. And the actual trial, where he was found guilty of the murders and sentenced to life in prison, concluded just this year. It's been going on since 2022, I believe, when the murder surgery took place. The weirdest part of the story, his channel is still up on YouTube with all the archived or material, Which, for someone who doesn't know the story, it's like, ooh, he's a funny-looking guy. Seems like a chill dude to hang around with, because doesn't he treat himself too seriously? Oh, you're gonna be farther from the truth. Some folks apparently just mask themselves well enough until the time comes when all hell breaks loose. I'm gonna explore a little bit and then color up here because, well, it seems that the sanctuary is our next major hub area from where we branch out in these extra zones. Yeah, let me just clean up this place a little bit, and we'll call it there. Come along, let me in. Those are enemies ain't gonna kill themselves. Gotta help them with their journey into the afterlife. Sometimes even encourage infighting. Oh, that center just got pushed off. Asserting dominance, eh? Can I make a running jump? Oh, I didn't need to. There's a switch down there. I haven't really encountered any that would imply a multi-stage sequence, so might be a little bit of a dungeon dwelling and whatnot before we reach that point. But still, I'm quite pleased with the progress we knocked out tonight. I mean, just went through one huge chunk of the game and without any major issues, which considering like the very rough start of this playthrough, I am quite positively surprised by. So now, normally I would say I wish this is gonna be the pacing of the game from now on, but who knows? We can't really be certain until the next stream, which I'm gonna continue because we got this far, unless Hexen proves to be especially great to go through and pushes me to my absolute limits. I shall conquer it. So yeah, thank you for joining me tonight. It's been a pleasure coming back and providing you with more entertainment. Next time we're gonna jump back into SMD5. But for now, I bid you all farewell, and before I close off, let's go say hi to Renan, who is currently playing some Metal Gear Solid. I say that as I instinctively tap out Raid Bad Mr. Frosty. Just a force of habit. Running wild idea. Alright, folks. Until next time.